Unknown Variable, Masque Manor.
The perfect hat! Can I have it?
Sure. I believe the eyeballs are even from a real squid.
Ew.
A hotel dedicated to famous authors. When's the reopening?
In 3 weeks.
Appearance oft deceives.
Hey, Della, hold this. Right, stare at it intently. Right, feel the emotion of the book. Yeah, that's it.
This belonged to my great-grandfather.
Della.
It's a notebook. It's full of diagrams. A fireplace. Ay, Keisha, no cambias.
Hey, guys, look at... Guys? Think, Tyler, think. A true artist can always see what others don't.
Select a path to begin exploring the hotel. From My Escape from Slavery by Frederick Douglass. Read the story or click the device to get started.
During American slavery times, free blacks were required to carry papers that identified them as free. If they failed to produce these papers, they could be put in jail or even made into slaves. Today, people are still required to carry forms of identification, such as a driver's license or a school ID. Luckily, the punishment for not having your ID is not as severe as it was in the 1800s. To get a better idea of what Douglas does to avoid detection during his escape, try to focus on the main details in this paragraph. Look for words and phrases that describe the methods of disguise that Douglas uses to avoid drawing unwanted scrutiny while in the railroad car. To help understand the danger that Frederick Douglass was in, imagine what might have happened if the train conductor had looked carefully at the paper that Douglass showed him. Douglas says that although he was not a murderer fleeing justice, he still felt like a criminal. Have you ever done something that you felt was right, but still felt bad about being in the situation? While Douglas rides the boat along the Susquehanna River, a young man named Nichols begins asking him dangerous questions. Review in your mind the clever way that Douglas is able to avoid these dangerous questions. During the time period of this story, it was illegal to help a slave escape. Douglas believes that the German blacksmith recognized him but did not have the heart to betray him. Think about how this action might reflect the personality of the German blacksmith. It takes Douglas 24 hours to travel from Maryland to New York. How would you feel after such a dangerous 24-hour journey? Compare your feelings with how you believe Douglas might have felt.
Read each question and the answer choices below it. Do well on all 4 questions, and then get ready to have some fun. Which happens first in Douglas's account of his escape to freedom? You got it! How was Douglas dressed? You got it! Which is Douglas's opinion and not a fact? Right answer. Which effect did Douglas think might have resulted if he had bought his own ticket? Correct! Well done. You have answered all the literal comprehension questions. Click the skater and get ready to have fun. Click the highlighted skateboard to begin playing. Click the stunt buttons to perform a trick. For help, click the question mark. Which most likely would have resulted if a slave were discovered to have free papers in his possession? Good job! Which most likely would have resulted if a slave were discovered to have free papers in his possession? There is enough information in this story to infer that right answer. Which most likely would have occurred if one of the train passengers had recognized Douglas. He would have been arrested. You got it! Which best describes the general tone of the excerpt from My Escape from Slavery? You got it! Excellent. You have completed all the inferential comprehension questions. Click the skater and get ready to have fun. Read the directions. Then, listen to the characters and choose the person whose answer is correct. When you're ready, click OK. Choose the person who best summarizes the events leading up to Douglas's first boarding the train in Maryland.
The narrator first devised a plan to escape from Maryland to New York. He then borrowed a friend's sailor's protection, disguised himself as a sailor, asked a hackman to bring his luggage to the train just before its departure, and finally boarded the train headed for Philadelphia.
Right answer. Choose the person who best summarizes the following passage. I met a young colored man by the name of Nichols, who came very near betraying me. He was a hand on the boat, but instead of minding his business, he insisted upon knowing me and asking me dangerous questions as to where I was going.
A man on the ferry boat tried to get the narrator in trouble.
On the ferry boat, there was a man named Nichols who asked the narrator a bunch of questions and then told on him.
On the ferry boat, the narrator met a guy named Nichols, who just would not mind his own business. He was afraid that Nichols would give away his true identity.
Nichols asked the narrator a bunch of questions. The narrator worried that Nichols would betray him, but actually, Nichols was asking questions because he wanted to escape too.
Good job. From the following passage, which generalization might you make about the narrator? The heart of no fox or deer, with hungry hounds on his trail, in full chase, could have beaten more anxiously or noisily than did mine from the time I left Baltimore till I reached Philadelphia.
The narrator was as frightened as if he were a hunted animal.
I think that the narrator is out of shape. That is why his heart is beating fast. He should exercise more.
The narrator must be from England because he seems to know a lot about fox hunts.
The narrator can run as fast as a fox or deer when he thinks he's in danger.
Good job. Choose the person who best paraphrases the following passage. This device, in some measure, defeated itself, since more than one man could be found to answer the same general description. Hence, many slaves could escape by personating the owner of one set of papers.
More than one free man could own a set of free papers because each set of papers had descriptions of more than one person on it.
A free man usually owned more than one set of free papers. That way, he could loan a set out to a slave who was trying to escape and still have a set for himself.
The state of Maryland purposely designed the free papers so that more than one freeman would fit the description. That way, freemen could share the cost of the papers.
The slaves found that they could use the required free papers to their advantage. Because many slaves fit a single description on the papers, they could take turns using one set.
Right answer. Good work. You have finished all the rewording strategies questions. Click the flashing button to continue. Select one of the two answers and then click OK. From which point of view is this selection written? Awesome! According to the following passage, the narrator perceives his situation as one of risk and peril. awesome! The narrator creates a mood of tension and despair in the following passage. Well done! The setting of this passage takes place mainly on the deck of a ship. You rock! Nice job! You have completed all the plot and point of view questions. Click the flashing button to continue. From My Escape from Slavery by Frederick Douglass.
Which room next?
I have a feeling there aren't any clues here.
From Behind the Scenes by Elizabeth Keckley. Read the story or click the device to get started.
I think that it is cool the way that Elizabeth Keckley describes her view of the crowd from the window. What images do her vivid descriptions create in your mind? April 14th was an important date to all Americans alive at that time. Determine which key details made this day such a memorable historical event. Elizabeth Keckley communicates like a good talk show host. She writes to her audience in a way that makes readers feel as though she is taking them into her confidence as friends.
Highlight the part of the text that best answers the question. Highlight the section in the passage Highlight the section in the passage in which the narrator gives her opinion about President Lincoln's future. Way to go! Highlight the section in the passage that gives a detail telling where President Lincoln was assassinated. Well done! Highlight the section in the passage that describes why President Lincoln was talking to himself. Well done! Highlight the sentence that states the main idea of the paragraph. Way to go! Well done. You have answered all the literal comprehension questions. Click the flashing button to continue. Which inference can be made based on the details in the story? Good job! Which title best expresses the implied main idea of the behind-the-scenes excerpt? Correct! Which event caused the narrator to remember forever the date of April 14th? You got it! Which can you infer about the Lincoln's opinion of Elizabeth? Right answer! Excellent. You have completed all the inferential comprehension questions. Click the skater and get ready to have fun. Choose the person whose topic sentence best summarizes the story.
The president gives a rousing speech.
Elizabeth finally gets to hear one of the president's speeches.
Elizabeth mourns the assassination of President Lincoln.
A nation celebrates the ending of a war and laments the loss of a president.
Right answer! Choose the person whose generalization best reflects the tone of the piece.
It's objective and impersonal.
This piece is dry and dull.
It's humorous and entertaining.
This piece is personal and is written from the heart.
Correct! Choose the person whose summary best explains why Elizabeth felt anxious at the beginning of the story.
Because she had never heard the president make a public speech, Elizabeth was eager to hear him.
Elizabeth was worried that the president would be shot.
Elizabeth felt nervous because she had a feeling that the president wasn't prepared for his speech.
Elizabeth was excited because Mrs. Lincoln had a long conversation with her.
Because she had never heard the president make a public speech, Elizabeth was eager to hear him.
You got it! Choose the person whose generalization best describes the narrator's character.
Elizabeth was a worrywart and a pessimist.
I believe that Elizabeth was dishonest and selfish.
I think that Elizabeth was trustworthy, caring, and expressive.
Elizabeth was a snoop. She was spying on the president.
Correct! Good work. You have finished all the rewording strategies questions. Click the flashing button to continue. Which element of plot is described in the following passage? Morning came at last, and a sad morning was it. The flags that floated so gaily yesterday now were draped in black and hung in silent folds at half-mast. The president was dead, and a nation was mourning for him.
Climax.
Resolution.
Rising action.
Exposition.
Resolution.
Right answer! Which element of plot is used when the narrator describes the moment that Elizabeth finds out for certain that President Lincoln has been shot?
Resolution.
Exposition.
Climax.
Rising action.
You got it! Which of the following passages best contributes to the development of the dramatic and emotional mood of the story?
When I heard the words, I felt as if the blood had been frozen in my veins, and that my lungs must collapse for the want of air.
I had never heard Mr. Lincoln make a public speech, and knowing the man so well, was very anxious to hear him.
Mrs. Lincoln directed that the wish of her son be gratified, and the lamp was transferred to his hands.
There were a number of distinguished gentlemen, as well as ladies, in the room, nearly all of whom remarked the picture.
You got it! Which element of plot is described in the following passage? I had never heard Mr. Lincoln make a public speech, and, knowing the man so well, was very anxious to hear him.
Resolution.
Exposition.
Climax.
Rising action.
Resolution.
Exposition.
Correct! Nice job! You have completed all the plot and point of view questions. Click the flashing button to continue. From Behind the Scenes by Elizabeth Keckley.
I have a feeling there aren't any clues here. I have a feeling there aren't any clues here.
From O Pioneers by Willa Cather. Read the story or click the device to get started.
As the author describes John Bergson's home, notice the details that she uses to create the setting. Try to create an image in your mind of Bergson's home and its surroundings. I've heard of bad luck, but John Bergson just doesn't get any breaks. As you read the passage, think about how hard it must have been for Bergson and his family to overcome so many trials. During the settlement of the western part of the United States, many people from big East Coast cities moved to the west where vast amounts of land were available. Think about some of the types of people that this opportunity for a fresh start might have attracted to the west. Do you think you might have been interested in moving west? John Bergson spends a lot of time thinking about several of his family members. As you read, look for the important details that the author uses to develop the characters of these family members. Farming is often a family-run business. Why do you think that John Bergson becomes so irritated when he thinks about his sons, Lou and Oscar? It is the wish of almost all parents that their children get along well with each other and not argue. Considering the setting of the story, why would it be especially important for the children in this story not to quarrel?
Highlight the section in the passage describing how Bergson uses the half-section of land that was originally owned by his younger brother. Well done! Highlight the sections in the passage describing what Bergson wants the future to be like for his children. If you return to the content menu now, you will lose all your work. Well done! Highlight the sentences in the passage that give details describing Bergson's opinion of his sons. You rock! Highlight the sections in the passage that give details showing that Bergson is ready to die. Highlight the sections in the passage that give details showing that Bergson is ready to die. Well done! Well done. You have answered all the literal comprehension questions. Click the flashing button to continue. Which title best expresses the implied main idea of this selection? Correct! Which best reflects the author's writing style? Good job! Which is the most likely outcome of the story? Right answer! Why was John Bergson most likely reflecting upon the past 11 years? You got it! Excellent. You have completed all the inferential comprehension questions. Click the skater and get ready to have fun. Choose the person who best summarizes the following passage. In 11 long years, John Bergson had made but little impression upon the wild land he had come to tame. It was still a wild thing that had its ugly moods, and no one knew when they were likely to come or why. Mischance hung over it. Its genius was unfriendly to man.
Bergson had failed to tame the land.
Bergson wasn't impressed with the land.
Bergson had used his amazing genius to tame the land.
The land was soggy, but Bergson's feet had left little impressions on the soil when he walked.
Good job! Choose the person whose generalization best describes the Bergsons' neighbors.
They were experienced farmers.
They were almost all cattle ranchers.
Most of them were wealthy and didn't need to work.
Most had worked in the city, performing jobs in which they used their hands.
Right answer! Choose the person who best summarizes the main idea of the story.
Bergson chooses one of his children to run the family farm after his death.
Bergson complains that his sons aren't good farmers.
Bergson must decide whether to continue farming or join his brother in Chicago.
Bergson is in debt. He needs to find a way to get out of it.
You got it! Choose the person who best summarizes the misfortunes that contributed to John Bergson's failure as a farmer.
Bergson's failure was caused by his broken leg.
Bad weather, animals lost to injury or death, failed crops, and sick and dying children all contributed to Bergson's failure.
His hogs ate all the crops, and his children died from food poisoning. It was terrible.
A giant blizzard killed his hogs and cattle, a prairie dog broke his horse's leg, and his children died of cholera. All classic causes of failure.
Good job! Good work. You have finished all the rewording strategies questions. Click the flashing button to continue. A mood of sadness and despair is created in the passage below. Awesome! The setting of the selection takes place in a house made of sod. You rock! The author characterizes Alexandra as intelligent and strong-willed. Awesome! Which element of plot is developed in the passage below? Awesome! Nice job! You have completed all the plot and point of view questions. Click the flashing button to continue.
I have a feeling there aren't any clues here. I have a feeling there aren't any clues here.
from Anne of Green Gables by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Read the story or click the device to get started.
When the author of Anne of Green Gables, Lucy Maud Montgomery, writes dialogue for Anne, she creates a very talkative character. To help understand Anne's long description of her impression of city life, focus on the details supporting this aspect of her character. During the time period when Anne of Green Gables was written, many people believed children were to be seen and not heard. Anne certainly did not agree with this belief. Note how she shows this throughout the story. The description of Anne's return home expresses the idea that, although traveling to new places can be fun and exciting, returning to home and family is much better. Anne says that her visit with Miss Barry changed her outlook on life. Spending time in another place can really help you appreciate your home. Think about a time when you returned home from a trip. How did you feel?
Highlight the sections in the passage that give details, telling the reader that Anne and Diana lived near the ocean. Way to go! Highlight the section in the passage that gives a detail telling where Anne lived before Marilla adopted her. Well done! Highlight the section in the passage in which Anne gives her opinion about city life and country life. Way to go! Highlight the sections in the passage that describe the effect that the concert had on Anne. Way to go! Well done. You have answered all the literal comprehension questions. Click the flashing button to continue. Which event caused Anne to cry? Good job! Using what you know about Anne, which is she most likely to do in the future? Good job! Which occurs as a result of Anne's visit to the city? Correct! Which is the implied main idea of the Anne of Green Gables excerpt? Right answer! Excellent. You have completed all the inferential comprehension questions. Click the skater and get ready to have fun. Choose the person who best paraphrases the following excerpt. But when she began to sing, I never thought about anything else. I felt like I do when I look up to the stars. Tears came into my eyes, but, oh, they were such happy tears.
Madame Selitsky's beautiful singing brought tears to Anne's eyes.
Madame Selitsky's singing was so sad that it made Anne feel like crying.
Anne loved to gaze up at the stars. In fact, that made her so happy that she felt like crying.
After listening to Madame Selitsky's beautiful singing, Anne wants to become a prima donna too.
Good job! Choose the person who best retells the events in the excerpt as if Miss Barry were telling it.
It was nice having Anne and Diana visit. However, I had a difficult time entertaining them. They seemed bored during a good portion of their stay.
I enjoyed Anne and Diana's visit so very much. The girls and I kept busy. They took a ride in the park, and then we attended a lovely concert and went to a local restaurant for ice cream. I was sad to see them leave on Friday. I wished that I had a daughter just like Anne.
I'm going to have a talk with Marilla about Anne and Diana's behavior. They were ill-mannered and bored, even though I took them to a wonderful concert and to a restaurant for ice cream. I just don't know about these youngsters nowadays.
I'm Miss Barry. I enjoyed the girls' visit. I kept them busy. Diana was absolutely enchanting, vivacious, and full of life, quite unlike Anne. If only I had a daughter like Diana.
Right answer! Choose the person whose topic sentence and list of important details best summarizes the entire Anne of Green Gables excerpt.
Anne and Diana found the drive home a pleasurable experience. Anne was happy to be home, and Marilla was even happier to have her home.
Anne thought the ice cream was delicious. Then Anne and Diana took a ride to the beach. The next day, they attended a concert.
Anne, Diana, and Miss Barry attended a concert to see a singer named Madame Selitsky. She had an incredible voice and was wearing a gorgeous outfit.
Anne and Diana spent some time in the city with Miss Barry. They took a drive in the park, attended an awe-inspiring concert, ate ice cream late at night, and returned home to Avonlea.
You got it! Choose the person whose generalizations best describe Miss Barry's character.
Miss Barry is a crabby, stingy old woman.
Miss Barry is rather irritable, although she's very generous.
Miss Barry is a woman who thinks mostly of herself.
Miss Barry is selfless and is always thinking of others.
Correct! Good work. You have finished all the rewording strategies questions. Click the flashing button to continue. From which point of view is this selection written? Well done! The author's description of the time and place of the concert is which element of plot? You rock! From which point of view is this selection written? Well done! Which type of conflict does the narrator experience in this passage? Way to go! Nice job! You have completed all the plot and point of view questions. Click the flashing button to continue.
I have a feeling there aren't any clues here. I have a feeling there aren't any clues here.
From Hum, the Son of Buzz, by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Read the story or click the device to get started.
When the vacationers looking out the window see the shivering hummingbird, they immediately bring it in to save its life. What does this tell you about the personalities of the vacationers? The setting for the story Rye Beach is located in New Hampshire. The hummingbird described in the story is most likely a ruby-throated hummingbird, which is the only hummingbird species of 24 found in the United States that nests east of the Mississippi River. The three vacationers seem to have bonded with this little bird. Notice how they no longer see him as simply a bird, but as an important member of their household. What does the bird do to cause them to attribute a personality to him and name him Hum? Even after Hum fully recovers and regains his health, the group does not set him free. When Hum finally does fly out into freedom, he returns the same day to the house. It is likely that he had gotten so comfortable and spoiled as a pet bird that he didn't want to live in the wild anymore. Maybe that's why tourists are strongly discouraged to feed wild animals such as deer in our national parks.
Choose the person who correctly recalls the comparison the rescuers used to describe the size of the hummingbird.
The hummingbird was about the size of a butterfly.
The hummingbird was just a little bit bigger than a dragonfly.
The hummingbird was as tiny as an ant.
The hummingbird didn't look much bigger than a honeybee.
Correct! Choose the person who explains what the vacationers did during the storm instead of playing outside.
They cleaned the apartment.
They went for a walk.
They read and sketched.
They watched the storm from inside the apartment.
You got it! Choose the person who correctly relates the last step in the rescue of Hum.
The rescuers fed Hum a mixture of sugar and water.
The rescuers plucked Hum from a rose bush.
The rescuers wrapped Hum in a handkerchief.
The rescuers warmed Hum in their hands.
Correct! Choose the person who correctly describes the event that caused the rescuers to believe that the hummingbird was out of danger.
The hummingbird kicked his feet.
The hummingbird licked a mixture of sugar and water.
The hummingbird fluttered his wings.
The hummingbird squeaked.
You got it! Well done. You have answered all the literal comprehension questions. Click the flashing button to continue. Based upon what the rescuers feed Hum, which do you think a hummingbird normally eats? Good job! Which inference can you make about the hummingbird's rescuers? Right answer! Which answer best infers why the rescuers wrapped the hummingbird in the handkerchief? Good job! Which answer best infers why the rescuers named the bird Hum? Correct! Excellent. You have completed all the inferential comprehension questions. Click the skater and get ready to have fun. Choose the person who best summarizes the hummingbird's main problem at the beginning of the story.
His wings were entrapped in cotton threads.
He was shivering on his perch, trapped in the middle of a cold rainstorm.
He couldn't open his eyes.
The poor little bird was lost.
Right answer! Choose the person who best summarizes what happened to Hum when he found his feeding spoon dry one day.
He waited for more.
He flew out the window to look for food somewhere else.
By chirping, Hum let the narrator know that he wanted more sugar water.
He fell into the tumbler and beat his wings until he was rescued.
Correct! Choose the person whose generalization most likely describes Hum's feelings about living with the company of three.
People make him nervous.
He doesn't enjoy their company and wishes that he could escape.
He thinks that these giants could at least provide him with a few more comforts, such as a nest and real flowers.
He thinks that living with 3 giants isn't so bad.
Correct! Choose the person whose generalization best describes the narrator.
The narrator is a bird collector.
The narrator works for the Humane Society.
The narrator is an animal lover.
The narrator is a medical student.
Correct! Good work. You have finished all the rewording strategies questions. Click the flashing button to continue. The author's description of Hum is which element of plot? Awesome! The author characterizes Hum's rescuers as compassionate and tender-hearted in the following passage. Way to go! The passage below is written from Hum's point of view. Way to go! The setting of the selection is at a lakeside resort. Awesome! Nice job! You have completed all the plot and point of view questions. Click the flashing button to continue.
I have a feeling there aren't any clues here. I have a feeling there aren't any clues here.
From The Prince and the Pauper by Mark Twain. Read the story or click the device to get started.
People all over the world experience misery and suffering because of external factors in their lives. Yet through positive thinking, they remain hopeful and optimistic. Tom has to beg and sleep on straw and often goes hungry. Still, he continues to imagine himself living a very different type of life. Tom, rather than complain about things he doesn't have, chooses to lose himself in his dreams. How do you think waking up from his dreams to face a very different reality affects Tom? Sometimes our dreams and subconscious thoughts indirectly affect the choices that we make throughout the day. Think about how Tom's dreams the night before could affect the route that he chooses to travel the next day. How would you feel? Imagine that you are trying to get a closer look at the president, and one of his security guards roughly pushes you away, yelling, "Stay across the street!" The president sees this, stops the guard, and tells him to never treat an American citizen that way. Then the president introduces himself and invites you to have dinner with him.
Highlight the phrases in the passage that give details describing the prince's attire. Well done! Highlight the sections in the passage that give details explaining the effects Tom's dreamings and readings have upon him. Way to go! Highlight the phrase in the passage that gives a detail describing the longing that Tom's imagination has created in him. You rock! Highlight the section in the passage that tells the main idea of the paragraph. Well done! Well done. You have answered all the literal comprehension questions. Click the flashing button to continue. Why do Tom's friends make fun of his dream to see a real prince? Good job! Why is it necessary for the priest to explain the old books to Tom? You got it! Which can you infer about the character of the prince? Good job! Which title best expresses the implied main idea of the story? Good job! Excellent. You have completed all the inferential comprehension questions. Click the skater and get ready to have fun. Choose the person who best paraphrases the following excerpt. And when he awoke in the morning and looked upon the wretchedness about him, his dream had had its usual effect. It intensified the sordidness of his surroundings 1,000-fold. Then came bitterness and heartbreak and tears.
Tom's dreams make real life seem worse. He awakens feeling miserable.
Tom's dreams are very depressing and are filled with sadness.
Tom dreams 1,000 times a night about his pitiful life.
Tom feels angry because he has so many dreams and can't get a good night's sleep.
Correct! Choose the person whose generalization best describes Tom's circumstances.
His living conditions are comfortable.
He's very poor and must beg for money and food to help support himself.
He has nothing to complain about, really. At least he's got his dreams, right?
Tom is quite poor, but he doesn't seem to mind.
Correct! Choose the person who best paraphrases the following sentence. The soldiers presented arms with their halberds, opened the gates, and presented again as the little prince of poverty passed in his fluttering rags, to join hands with the prince of limitless plenty.
The soldiers opened the gates for Tom.
The soldiers stuck out their arms when Tom tried to enter through the gates.
Tom fluttered like a butterfly through the gates.
The soldiers rewarded Tom by handing him their weapons.
The soldiers stuck out their arms when Tom tried to enter through the gates.
Right answer! Choose the person who best summarizes the main problem in the story.
Tom's friends mock him for wanting to meet a real prince.
Tom desperately wants one of the pork pies that he saw in a cook shop.
Tom wants a new look. He hates wearing rags instead of the silks and satins that he dreams about.
Tom is dissatisfied with his life because of his dreams and the priest's imaginative stories.
Good job! Good work. You have finished all the rewording strategies questions. Click the flashing button to continue. Which type of conflict does Tom experience in this passage? Way to go! The author's description of the time and place of Tom's begging tour is which element of plot? You rock! From which point of view is this selection written? Awesome! Which type of conflict does Tom experience in this passage? Well done! Nice job! You have completed all the plot and point of view questions. Click the flashing button to continue.
I have a feeling there aren't any clues here. I have a feeling there aren't any clues here.
From White Fang by Jack London. Read the story or click the device to get started.
The author of this story, Jack London, describes the life of a young wolf cub and shows us how the cub learns to make sense of his world. But what's really unique is that we get to see how the mind and logic of a wild animal might work. Have you ever been in a dark cave or room? Sometimes your eyes are attracted to even the smallest amount of light. Why do you think that light seems to be such an important attraction to the young cub? Jack London describes the cub as the fiercest of all his brothers and sisters. Why could this be a good trait for a wolf cub to possess? Could there be anything negative about him being so fierce? Notice that every time the cub gets close to the cave entrance, his mother pushes him back. As you read, think of some reasons why a mother wolf would want her cub to remain inside the cave. Are any of the reasons the same ones that you were told when you were young to keep you close to home? When you think of a wolf, the first thing that comes to mind isn't usually an image of a creature that is afraid. What type of fear is the author referring to in this story? How is fear important to the survival of animals? The cub's instinctive reaction to the strange and unknown intruder is one of fear. Being afraid of the wolverine is probably what saved his life.
Highlight the sentence that states the main idea of the paragraph. You rock! Highlight the sentences that give details that support the main idea of the paragraph. You rock! Highlight the section that states the main idea of the paragraph. rock! Highlight the sentences that give details that support the main idea of the paragraph. You rock! Well done. You have answered all the literal comprehension questions. Click the flashing button to continue. Which statement best infers why the cub's mother does not want them to leave the cave? Correct! Which statement best supports the inference that the cub's mother loves him? Correct! Which statement best supports the inference that the cub thinks that his father can walk through walls? Correct! Which effect does not occur as a result of the cub's natural curiosity and instincts? Good job! Excellent. You have completed all the inferential comprehension questions. Click the skater and get ready to have fun. Choose the person who best paraphrases the following passage. There was one strange thing about this wall of light. His father had a way of walking right into the white, far wall and disappearing. Without thinking about it, he accepted this disappearing into the wall as a peculiarity of his father.
The cub thought that his father was strange and peculiar.
The cub thought that the wall was strange because it was made of light.
The cub hoped that someday he might be able to walk through walls, just like his father.
The cub thought that his father had special powers that allowed him to walk through walls. The cub accepted this as a trait unique to his father.
Correct! Choose the person who best summarizes the main conflict or struggle that the cub experiences.
The cub feels jealous because his mother gives more attention to his brothers and sisters than she does to him.
The cub is hungry and feels uncomfortable.
The cub feels resentful because his mother seems to punish him more than she does his brothers and sisters.
The cub wants to go to the cave entrance, but fear and his mother prevent him from doing so.
Good job! Choose the person who best summarizes from the cub's perspective the events that occurred during the Wolverine's visit.
The Wolverine was outside the cave, but not for long because I growled and scared him away.
The other day when I heard a noise outside the cave, I knew right away that it was a wolverine. I could tell by his scent. I wasn't too worried though, because I knew that my mother would be coming home at any moment.
I heard a strange noise outside the cave entrance. Something smelled strange too. I was so terrified that I just stayed still and didn't move a muscle until my mother came home.
When my mother left to go get food, I crawled to the cave entrance. Big mistake. Something scary was out there. I ran back in and hid behind my brothers and sisters.
Correct! Choose the person whose generalization best describes what the cub's mother would say about him.
Boy, that little cub of mine can be a lot of trouble. He is so rambunctious and curious.
That little cub is just like his father. He knows no fear. I just don't know what to do anymore.
Ah, what a cute little wolf. I think he's going to be the cutest of the litter.
I'm ashamed to say it, but that cub of mine is a big baby. He was even afraid of a wolverine.
Good job! Good work. You have finished all the rewording strategies questions. Click the flashing button to continue. The selection below is written from a first-person point of view. You rock! The passage below characterizes the cub as wild and difficult. You rock! Which element of plot is developed in the selection below? Awesome! Which type of conflict does the main character experience in this passage? If you return to the content menu now, you will lose. Way to go! Nice job! You have completed all the plot and point of view questions. Click the flashing button to continue.
I have a feeling there aren't any clues here.
from the Marble Champ by Gary Soto. Read the story or click the device to get started.
Lupe has earned many awards in the past. Think about what all these awards have in common. Have you ever been one of the last ones picked for a sports team? It's not a good feeling. Lupe is successful in many areas, but she is no good at sports. Do you think that a person needs to be good at everything to be successful? Lupe seems to be taking this marble training and competition very seriously. Why is it so important to Lupe that she be good in at least one sport? Lupe does a lot of training and preparation for the Marble Championship. In your mind, think about how much time and effort is spent on Lupe's various marble training exercises. Even knowing that Lupe is not very good at sports, notice how Lupe's family is still supportive of her goal. Think about how this must help Lupe's confidence. Based on her motivation to train so hard for the contest, and also her behavior toward her opponents during the Marble Championship, what can you conclude about Lupe's personality?
Highlight the sentences in the paragraph that explain the causes of the marbles moving too slowly. You rock! Highlight the phrase in the paragraph that gives a detail explaining Lupe's decision to do push-ups. Well done! Highlight the phrase in the paragraph that gives a detail describing the effect that Lupe hopes will result from squeezing the eraser. Well done! Highlight the section in the paragraph that describes the physical effect that squeezing the eraser had on Lupe. Way to go! Well done. You have answered all the literal comprehension questions. Click the flashing button to continue. Which can you infer about Lupe when she invites Rachel to stay with her during the rest of the competition? Correct! Which is the most likely outcome of the Marbles Championship? You got it! Which is the implied main idea of the story? Correct! Which probably is not an effect of Lupe practicing marbles. You got it! Excellent. You have completed all the inferential comprehension questions. Click the skater and get ready to have fun. Choose the person who most completely summarizes the steps that Lupe took to improve her marble skills.
She did 20 push-ups a day and practiced shooting marbles on her bed.
To strengthen her wrists and thumb, she did push-ups on her fingertips and squeezed an eraser. She learned some shooting tips from her brother and practiced every day.
After school, Lupe practiced for 3 hours. She drew a circle and used her shooter to blast all the marbles out of the circle.
Lupe practiced in the backyard where her dad had set up some lights so that she could practice after dark.
Correct!
Lupe discovered her brother's marbles. Then she practiced every day.
Choose the person who most completely summarizes the key events of the story.
Lupe discovered her brother's marbles. Then she practiced every day.
Lupe won a lot of academic awards, but she was unhappy because she wasn't good at sports. She came up with the idea that she might be good at marbles and decided to enter the Marbles Championship.
It was raining one day, and Lupe was bored. She found her brother's marbles in her closet and began to play with them. She thought it might be fun to enter the Marbles Championship and began to prepare for it.
Lupe wanted to win an award in sports and thought that maybe she could win at marbles. She practiced and exercised every day for the upcoming Marbles Championship. All her hard work paid off because she won the championship.
Good job! Choose the person whose generalization best describes Lupe's athletic abilities prior to the marbles competition.
Lupe hasn't tried many sports, so it's difficult to determine her abilities.
Lupe excels at sports just as she does at everything else.
Basically, you'd have to say that Lupe is no good at sports.
Lupe is good at some sports and not so good at others.
You got it! Choose the person whose generalization best expresses the main problem in the story.
Lupe is unhappy because she is not good at sports.
Lupe feels nervous about the marbles championship.
Lupe is embarrassed to tell her father that she has been practicing for the marbles championship.
Lupe has a sore thumb.
You got it! Good work. You have finished all the rewording strategies questions. Click the flashing button to continue. Which element of plot is developed in the selection below? Way to go! The setting of the competition is on a basketball court. You rock! In this passage, Lupe is characterized as a caring and compassionate person. You rock! Which element of plot is developed in the selection below? Awesome! Nice job! You have completed all the plot and point of view questions. Click the flashing button to continue. From the Marble Champ by Gary. from Little Women by Louisa May Alcott. Read the story or click the device to get started.
Jo had been working hard at writing stories for several years. Imagine how wonderful she felt when she finally received professional recognition for her writing. Notice the titles of two of Jo's stories, The Duke's Daughter and The Phantom Hand. These titles seem very interesting. It's too bad that Little Women is not a true story. I would like to have read Jo's stories. If you were to write a story, what are some possible titles you might use? Jo revised her novel 4 times before she finally sent it off to the publishers. Think of the times that you've had to rewrite papers for school. Based on your own writing experience, what types of changes might Jo have made to each revision of her novel? As you read what each member of the family council has to say about Jo's writing, what emotions do you think that Jo might have been experiencing in response to each person's comments? If you were in the same situation as Jo and had to make the following choice, what would you do? Would you submit for publication a story that you didn't like as much if you knew you would get paid for it? Or would you submit the story as you wanted it to be, even if it didn't get published at all? Knowing how much work and sacrifice Jo put into her novel, do you think that she was satisfied with the $300 check that she received?
Choose the person who explains why the letter was valuable to Jo.
The letter was valuable to Jo because it was written by a famous publisher.
The letter was valuable to Jo because it was encouraging.
The letter was valuable to Jo because she could sell it for a fortune.
The letter was valuable to Jo because she rarely received letters.
You got it! Choose the person who best explains why Jo cried.
She received an encouraging letter.
She found out that her sister was sick.
Her novel was rejected again.
She received only $300 for her novel.
Right answer! Choose the person who correctly explains why Mrs. March felt 10 years younger.
She felt 10 years younger due to a change of diet.
She felt 10 years younger because she started to exercise more.
She felt 10 years younger because she started hanging out with people who were much younger than she was.
She felt 10 years younger because she took a refreshing vacation at the seaside.
Correct! Choose the person who knows how Joe spent the $100 check.
She bought groceries for the family.
She paid to have her next story published.
She sent her mother and sister on a vacation to the seaside.
She divided the money equally among her and her sisters.
You got it! Well done. You have answered all the literal comprehension questions. Click the flashing button to continue. Which can you infer about Joe's father? Correct! Why was Joe most likely surprised by all the praise and blame her novel received? Good job! Which best describes the general tone of the selection? Right answer! Which can you infer about Joe? Right answer! Excellent. You have completed all the inferential comprehension questions. Click the skater and get ready to have fun. Which can you infer? She is stingy. Choose the person who best summarizes Joe's reaction to receiving the letter and the $100 check for her manuscript.
Joe was discouraged.
Joe was amused.
Joe was overjoyed.
Joe was love-struck.
You got it! Choose the person who makes the best generalization about Amy's personality based on the following passage. By and by, when you've got a name, you can afford to digress and have philosophical and metaphysical people in your novels, said Amy, who took a strictly practical view of the subject.
Amy is strict and unbending.
Amy is level-headed and is interested in what is most useful at the moment.
Amy is idealistic and dreamy.
Amy is insecure and shy.
Right answer! Choose the person whose generalization best describes Joe's attitude toward her family's financial position.
Joe resents her meager style of living and feels that she is entitled to more.
Joe envies people with money and wishes that she didn't have to work.
Joe makes the best of difficult situations. She even finds a silver lining.
Jo blames her father for the family's poverty and is angry that she must spend her money on food for the family.
Right answer! Choose the person who best paraphrases the following passage. Jo enjoyed a taste of this satisfaction and ceased to envy richer girls, taking great comfort in the knowledge that she could supply her own wants and need ask no one for a penny.
Jo felt content knowing that she could provide for her own needs and wasn't envious of others who had more than she did.
Jo wanted to eat food that only the wealthy could afford to buy.
Jo was comforted by the pennies that richer girls gave her.
Jo resented the comforts that richer girls enjoyed.
Correct! Good work. You have finished all the rewording strategies questions. Click the flashing button to continue. One of the problems or conflicts in this selection is that Jo doesn't know what to think of her novel anymore. Way to go! The following passage is written from Jo's point of view. Way to go! Which type of characterization does the author use in the following passage when she characterizes Jo as self-sufficient and appreciative? You rock! From which point of view is this selection written? You rock! Nice job! You have completed all the plot and point of view questions. Click the flashing button to continue.
He grew up with the cubs. They called him Mowgli, the little frog. Father Wolf taught him his business until every rustle in the grass meant just as much to him as to his brothers, the wolf cubs. All the lords of the jungle became his friends.
From the Jungle Book by Rudyard Kipling. Read the story or click the device to get started.
In this story, a wolf family has found Mowgli, a young boy, alone in the forest. The mother wolf hopes to raise Mowgli as one of her own children along with the rest of her cubs. First, Mowgli must be accepted by the wolf pack. Akela, the wolf leader, has had several bad experiences with mankind. Yet, when Mowgli is presented to the pack, Akela shows no reaction. Think about the reason for Akela's lack of response. Shere Khan is a tiger who fears all men and wants to destroy Mowgli before he has a chance to grow up and become yet another man who hunts animals for sport. As you read, look for reasons that the other animals give explaining why the young boy should be accepted into the pack. This part of the story describes Mowgli's jungle training. Look for details describing the many things that Mowgli has learned over the past 10 or 11 years. There are some parts of living in the jungle that I would really enjoy. Then again, there are a few things about living with a wolf pack in the jungle that I don't think would be much fun. What would you like or not like about living a jungle lifestyle such as Mowgli's?
According to the story, which is not a law of the jungle? Right answer! Which is the leader of the pack? Right answer! Which event happens first in the story? Correct! Which is a fact and not an opinion? You got it! Well done! You have answered all the literal comprehension questions. Click the skater and get ready to have fun. Which can you infer about Akila's feelings toward Shere Khan? Correct! Why was there very little talking on the Council Rock during the pack meeting? Good job! Which can you infer as the most likely reason why Mowgli is referred to as Mowgli the Frog? Correct! How did Akila most likely become the leader of the pack? Right answer! Excellent. You have completed all the inferential comprehension questions. Click the skater and get ready to have fun. Choose the person whose generalization best illustrates Shere Khan's opinion of Mowgli.
He believes that Mowgli is potentially dangerous.
He thinks that Mowgli moves like a panther.
He thinks that Mowgli has earned a place in the pack.
He believes that Mowgli is harmless.
You got it! Choose the person who best paraphrases the following passage. Akila never raised his head from his paws, but went on with the monotonous cry, "Look well."
Akila fell asleep because of the monotonous cries the wolves kept making.
Akila was blind and asked the other wolves to describe what they had seen.
Akila thought the meeting was boring.
Akila was not distracted and continued with his chant.
Correct! Choose the person who best paraphrases the following passage. And he grew, and grew strong, as a boy must grow who does not know that he is learning any lessons, and who has nothing in the world to think of except things to eat. If you return to the context,
Mowgli learns to identify edible plants.
Mowgli grows to manhood as he leads a carefree jungle life.
Mowgli cares only about what he eats and does not take his lessons seriously.
Mowgli grows to be a giant.
you got it!
He is boastful and domineering.
Choose the person whose generalization best characterizes Baloo, based on the following passage. I have no gift of words, but I speak the truth. Let him run with the pack, and be entered with the others. I myself will teach him.
He is boastful and domineering.
He is greedy and selfish.
He is humble and straightforward.
He is forceful and hyperactive.
Right answer! Good work. You have finished all the rewording strategies questions. Click the flashing button to continue. The following passage is told from a first-person point of view. Way to go! The author's description of Mother Wolf's feisty nature is which element of plot? You rock! The author's description of the location and the time of day of the pack meeting is which element of plot? You rock! From which point of view is this selection written? Awesome! Nice job! You have completed all the plot and point of view questions. Click the flashing button to continue.
Everyone.
A note of interest.
Who's this gaffer guy?
Okay, Tyler, think like a detective. If he needs bulbs, he might be a gardener.
Okay, Sherlock.
We'd better start looking for more clues.
I have a feeling there aren't any clues here.
from Iktomi and the Muskrat by Zitkala-Sa. Read the story or click the device to get started.
Many Native American stories emphasize sharing land, food, and shelter. Why might sharing be needed in a tribal setting? Can you think of a time that you could have shared something with your friend but didn't? How do you think your friend felt? According to Dakota custom, whenever a visitor is present during a meal, you are supposed to offer to share your food. Iktomi would rather run a race with a heavy stone on his back than share his meal with the muskrat. As you read, determine whether it was Iktomi's hunger or his personality that caused him to behave so rudely. Iktomi first displays rude behavior by not sharing his bowl of fish with the muskrat. What are some other things Iktomi does that are rude? Twice, the muskrat turns Iktomi's tricks against him. Why is it that someone who gets caught trying to do something dishonest is usually the one who ends up feeling bad and looking foolish?
Choose the person who tells which event happened last in the story.
Iktomi and the muskrat ran a race.
Iktomi hid between the lake and the wild rice.
Iktomi almost choked on a bone.
Iktomi devised a plot to trick the muskrat.
Correct!
The muskrat helped.
Choose the person who tells which event happened first in the story.
The muskrat helped put the stone on Iktomi's back.
Iktomi dipped his spoon into the soup.
The muskrat hoped that Iktomi would offer him some of the soup.
Iktomi wished that he had offered the muskrat some of the soup.
Correct! Choose the person whose quote from the story best expresses the main idea.
With ankles crossed together around a pot of soup, Iktomi bent over some delicious boiled fish.
Oh, if only I had shared my food like a real Dakota. I would not have lost it all.
He hummed an old dance song and beat gently on the edge of the pot with his buffalo horn spoon.
Not knowing when the next meal would be, he meant to eat enough now to last some time.
You got it! Choose the person who gives a detail from the story that best supports the main idea.
Often when he was hungry, he went without food.
My friend, let us run a race to see who shall win this pot of fish.
Next time, say to a visiting friend, Be seated beside me, my friend. Let me share with you my food.
He hummed an old dance song and beat gently on the edge of the pot with his buffalo horn spoon.
Good job! Well done. You have answered all the literal comprehension questions. Click the flashing button to continue. Which is the most likely reason that causes Iktomi to hide between the lake and the wild rice? Good job! Which can you infer about Iktomi's decision to carry a stone upon his back during the race? Good job! Why isn't Iktomi glad to see the muskrat? You got it! Which causes Iktomi to perspire and to breathe heavily? Right answer! Excellent. You have completed all the inferential comprehension questions. Click the skater and get ready to have fun. Which Choose the person who best summarizes the scheme that Iktomi devised to beat the muskrat in the race.
Iktomi hid in the rice fields and then backtracked to the pot of soup.
Iktomi cut across the lake to shorten the distance.
Iktomi told the muskrat that he would run with a stone on his back to make the race fair.
Iktomi ran under the wild rice so that the muskrat couldn't see where he was.
You got it! Choose the person who best summarizes the main message of the story. If you return to...
Muskrats are tricky creatures.
Share what you have with others.
Prepare for the future so that you'll always have enough to eat.
Eat as much as you can at every meal. You never know when you might miss one.
Good job! Choose the person whose generalization best describes the character of Iktomi.
He is honest and open.
He is understanding and generous.
He is cunning and crafty.
He is hospitable and cordial.
You got it! Choose the person who best summarizes the main problem in the story.
Iktomi doesn't want to share his meal with the muskrat.
Iktomi is often hungry and must hoard his food.
The muskrat makes a nuisance of himself.
The muskrat eats all the soup.
You got it! Good work. You have finished all the rewording strategies questions. Click the flashing button to continue. Which phrase is a detail describing the setting of the story? Right answer! Which quote best reveals the mischievous personality of Iktomi? Good job! Which do you think is the author's main purpose for creating this story? Good job! Iktomi's discovery that the pot of soup was missing is an example of which element of plot? You got it! Nice job! You have completed all the plot and point of view questions. Click the skater and get ready to have fun.
I have a feeling there aren't any clues here. This room, it says to me, different, unique.
And dark.
Hey! That's my great-grandfather right there.
Of course. I should have seen it before. Your great-grandfather built this hotel as a movie set.
All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players.
A karaoke machine!
I believe it's a moviola. Trusty tool of the film editor.
Even better! Let's try it!
Select a character to begin your film editing session. Superb editing. Select a character to begin your film editing session. Superb editing. Select a character to begin your film editing session.
I have a feeling there aren't any clues here. I have a feeling there aren't any clues here.
From 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea by Jules Verne. Read the story or click the device to get started.
Apparently, the characters in this story are in the middle of a dangerous situation. Look for clues about this situation as you read this story. Based on the behavior of the narrator, what can you infer about his personality and physical endurance? Are there clues in the text that let you know whether he is courageous or timid, strong or weak, or educated or uneducated? Look for these clues as you read. The first thing that Ned says when he meets the professor and Conseil, right in the middle of being lost at sea, is that he is seeking his prize. I think that I'd be thinking about other things, like trying to save our lives. The professor seems to get a burst of energy when Ned announces that the so-called monster is really a man-made vessel. I get like that. Sometimes I just can't get out of bed until I realize, hey, it's Saturday morning. What motivates you? This story is set during the 1800s. What could be so fascinating to the professor about discovering a submarine vehicle? Why do the 8 strong men take them into the ship? Why are they wearing masks? You'll have to read the rest of the book to find out.
Highlight the sections in the passage that express the multiple effects the long stay in the water has on the professor. Well done! Highlight the sections in the passage that give details describing the size of what Ned originally mistakes for a large sea animal. Well done! Highlight the sentence in the passage that describes the cause of how the professor, Conseil, and Ned came to be in the water. Well done! Highlight the sentence in the passage that explains why the professor searches for an opening in the submarine. You rock! Well done! You have answered all the literal comprehension questions. Click the flashing button to continue. Which can you infer about the professor? Right answer! Why did the professor revive when Ned informed him about the beast made of sheet iron? Correct! Which can you infer about Conseil? Good job! Which answer best infers why the professor might have imagined that there was a monster in the water? You got it! Excellent! You have completed all the inferential comprehension questions. Click the skater and get ready to have fun. Choose the person who best summarizes the event that led to the professor, Conseil, and Ned being in the water.
Someone pushed them overboard.
They really wanted to see a narwhal up close.
They wanted to go for a moonlight swim.
They were tossed into the sea by a violent blow to their ship.
You got it! Choose the person who best summarizes the events that occurred after the professor and Conseil encountered Ned.
The professor and Conseil climbed into the rescue boat with Ned, who told them about a sea monster that had almost swallowed him.
The three of them began swimming toward the frigate, yelling frantically for help. Suddenly, a sea monster caught and swallowed them, and they were never heard from again.
The professor got really excited when Ned told him that the beast was made of sheet iron. The professor investigated and discovered that the beast was actually a submarine boat. The next morning, some men came out of the submarine and took the professor, Conseil, and Ned inside.
The three men almost drowned because they were so tired from swimming all night. Fortunately, a submarine came to their rescue, just in the nick of time. The captain of the submarine returned them safely to their frigate.
You got it! Choose the person whose generalization best portrays Conseil's feelings toward the professor.
The professor's numerous complaints and physical weaknesses annoy Conseil greatly.
He is a faithful and loyal friend of the professor.
He finds the professor's childish behavior amusing.
He thinks the professor's greediness and stinginess are appalling.
Right answer! Choose the person whose generalization best describes the professor.
He is quite strong. If it hadn't been for him, Conseil might have drowned.
The professor likes to stay at home. Conseil probably encouraged him to go on the expedition.
The professor has a strong sense of curiosity, but he's physically weak. He would have drowned if it hadn't been for Conseil.
He is unimaginative and hesitates to take risks.
Correct! Good work. You have finished all the rewording strategies questions. Click the flashing button to continue. Choose the person whose description best reveals Conseil's character.
He is undependable and disloyal.
He is self-centered and heartless.
He is indecisive and unfaithful.
He is dedicated and loyal.
Correct! Choose the person who best describes the mood that is created in the following passage. Our movements were suspended for an instant. We listened. It might be only a singing in the ear, but it seemed to me as if a cry answered the cry from Conseil.
Angry.
The mood is boring.
It's a comical mood.
The mood is very suspenseful.
You got it! Choose the person who gives a quote from the story that best expresses a mood of despair.
We had no time to lose, however.
The Canadian's last words produced a sudden revolution in my brain.
I raised my head for the last time, then I sank.
It is certain that I soon came to, thanks to the vigorous rubbings that I received. I half opened my eyes.
You got it! Choose the person who correctly tells from which point of view 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea is told.
First person.
Omniscient third person.
Third person.
Limited third person.
Correct! Nice job! You have completed all the plot and point of view questions. Click the flashing button to continue.
I have a feeling there aren't any clues here.
Select a path to begin exploring the hotel.
This room, it says to me, different, unique.
And dark.
Hey, there's that cartouche.
Of course. I should have seen it before. Your great-grandfather built this hotel as a movie set.
All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players.
Look! This, my friends, is a snow machine.
Match snowflakes vertically, horizontally, or diagonally to remove them. Surpass 50,000 points to become a pro. Whoa, you're good. Click New Game to play again. Select a path to begin exploring the hotel.
This room, it says to me, different, unique.
And dark.
Look! My hat!
What? The hotel! It was in a movie?
Of course. I should have seen it before. Your great-grandfather built this hotel as a movie set.
All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players.
Oh, guys, look! It's a rear projection system. We must try it.
Select a character. Congratulations! You're a great dancer! Select a character. Congratulations! You're a great dancer! Select a character. Are you sure you are? Yes. If you want to save your work, Unknown Variable, Masque Manor. Unknown Variable, Masque Manor.